ค Canadian. Wow, Wale, Koech, Arce, that's fine. That's what you'd expect from those guys. Great finish from Aoki as well. But they are your top 5. That's that. No wait for Tindoff to see if he's run fast enough. No wait for Sable. We have our top 5 from the first heat.
Now we ask the question, is that more fair? Do we like this better than getting time qualifiers into the finals?
What gets me, Dan, is when you look towards the final, I'm torn here because I said a few minutes ago, you were looking for those best athletes that we can then see in the final. But you get to last year's final was won in 8:23. It wasn't a time trial, it was a tactical race. We have our time trials on the circuit, they're a different beast. So, the Canadian there for me, does he deserve to be in the tactical championship final? He's proven he's more competent in that environment than the other men that perhaps competent in a time trial environment. But I think had there been time qualifiers on the line, no one would have let it go that slow. We'd have a different result. It was exciting. I don't know whether I think it's better or not.
Well, and what I love about it is the difference between the Diamond League and having a pacer. Championship racing is all about getting these medals, and a lot of people complain that there's too much emphasis put on the time in this sport. Let's just race for it.
I think you're absolutely right, Dan. I think throw away the stop clocks, let people have a good old-fashioned foot race. And there were the results of the first heat. Getting it, Wale controlling much of that race. He took the win. John-Simon Desagnew of Canada celebrating like he'd won a gold medal. Simon Koech in 3rd, Daniel Arce in 4th. Ryoma Aoki of Japan takes that 5th and final qualifying spot by just over 1/10 of a second. Heat 2 just composing themselves. I wonder if they would have watched it. Well, then you don't care what happens in the other heats. You'd be in this underbelly of the stadium saying, what splits did they run? What do I need to do?
That's right.
But El Bakali, the reigning champion, leading this heat out. It should be very easy for El Bakali, but it has not been easy so far this morning for the reigning bronze medalist, Josh Owatunde, completing that US 1-2-3 last year, but he's in trouble. He has one final attempt to qualify for the final. He is not ranked high enough. That automatic qualifying mark, 21:40.
Out of the sector down the left side. It was a long enough throw, Hannah, and that is too bad. It was well over the qualifying mark, but he will put this one out of the sector. The bronze medalist from last year's World Championship will not make the final, but the U.S. still has a chance to sweep with Peyton Otterdahl going to join Kovacs, Joe Kovacs, and Ryan Krauser in the final. But look at the dejection there by Joshua Owatunde.
That is devastating for Josh Owatunde. You can see the results here of Group A. Those athletes highlighted in blue in the top 6. Darlan Romani leading the way. That's his second throw of the competition of the whole season. A huge season's best, automatically qualifying. Zane Weir, Jacket Gill, Ryan Krauser, despite the issues he's had in the last 3 weeks or so, getting his one and done. Filip Mihailovic managing to get over the line as well. Take a look at Group B as well. Tom Walsh and Joe Kovacs made it look very simple. Peyton Otterdahl getting over the automatic qualifying mark as well. Sinanchevich, Hassan and Fabry completing the 12 with their distances on countback when you combined the two pools. And there is the combined results of Group A and Group B. So the big Qs were the men that threw over the 21:40, led by Romani, Mihailovic, Sinanchevich, Campbell, Hassan, Fabry, and Mihailovic joining those athletes with their distances.
Well, Darlan Romani missed a medal in 2019. He missed a medal in Oregon 2021, and he has really stepped up. Fantastic start for that young man from Brazil.
Heat 2 of the men's steeplechase down on the track. It was drama in Heat 1 with that ferocious sprint finish. We'll have to see if that will happen again. Beating outside, just gone past Sime of Ethiopia. Kibiwot of Kenya goes in lane 9. He is the winner in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. A good season so far. He's 3rd in Rabat, 2nd in Monaco on the Diamond League circuit. 8:05 this year. Kenneth Brooks will go at 8, the NCAA champion from this year. Here is the reigning champion, Soufiane El Bakkali, the Olympic champion, the reigning champion, a personal best this season, and he's not even the favourite. That is the drama that we've had in the men's steeplechase this season. We haven't seen El Bakkali go head-to-head with Lemaitre. Let's hope this goes smoothly, and we do see that in a few days' time. Halkovitz of Hungary is going to get a lovely welcome here. And the season's first did set a good lifetime best last year of 8:23 though, and he is a European under-23 champion from a few years ago. Osama Zoglami took the bronze medal in Munich at the European Championships a few years ago. He is Mohamed Janawi of Tunisia, completing the lineup in lane 1, Leonard Chemutai, 4th place finisher from last year. Just taking a deep breath, trying to compose themselves here. It's perhaps not been a vintage year for men's shot put for men's steeplechase in the depth. There's been a real drop off when you go behind Lemaitre Girma and Soufiane El Bakkali, but I think if we're lacking some depth, the head-to-head between those two, when we look towards the final, will be absolutely phenomenal. Should be very much business as usual for El Bakkali. He's got a great sprint finish on him. He will not bother pushing on the pace. He will just wait. And my guess is we won't see El Bakkali till around about 600 metres to go. But hey, I might be wrong.
Well, and there are a lot of events that are just happen to be cyclical in the sport of athletics, track and field. And you know, some years the triple jump is explosive, and you know, I think one of the field events right now that's really down just a little bit is the men's high jump. You know, it was up, now it's down, and I just think we're seeing the steeplechase, just not a lot of depth right now, but you know, just an incredible at the top. So you know, next year, boom, you roll around 3 or 4 guys. Move around some events and it's back up.
And it still gives you some very exciting racing. I did reference that final we had in Eugene last time around, very tactical, and we've already had a kind of tactical fascinating battle in Heat 1. It looks like it could be clipping on a little bit better here. Abraham Kibiwat at front at the moment. He was 5th last year, 7th in Doha a few years ago. Actually, Commonwealth Games gold medal off the back of perhaps the disappointment of coming home in 5th in Eugene. Kibiwat leading the way at the moment. First lap though, only 69 seconds, so it is even slower than the first heat. They're just content to run a shorter line, drift into the inside of the track, and just let the race unfold. I've been impressed with Blomberg of Sweden so far this season. He's had some fantastic fast finishes on him, and if he did manage to watch that opening heat, he really should have been inspired by someone like Desagne of Canada, really mixing it up with faster athletes. So I think Blomberg, well, I don't know, but it's too early to tell. He's sitting there and well positioned on the rail at the moment.
Well, and one of the things that we talk about, you know, here without the time qualifier, you take out the imaginary competitors. Certainly, you know, these athletes would have looked at the last heat, adjusted their strategy. The coaches as well. Now you just leave it up to the athletes. You tell that athlete, go out there and compete. And I think that's something that can separate, you know, young athletes from experienced athletes. Young athletes are used to doing exactly what their coaches tell them and understand the pace that they need to run. But now it's just it's about competition. And if you don't get out there and mix it up on the Diamond League and really race in some competitive races, you come to the championships, and sometimes you're not ready for these competitive races.
And I think when you look at this field here and you pick out the NCAA champion, the American, who's in the middle of the group at the moment, that's, for me, that's someone that's run a lot of tactical races, and yes, they could be okay in this sort of environment. You know, a lot of these athletes, particularly perhaps a lot of the African athletes, that they're so talented. They get shoved into these Diamond League races, and they don't necessarily get the tactical championship experience that some of the athletes from smaller nations that aren't as good, that aren't as fast. They don't learn their trade in quite the same way.
And Kenneth Rook, from the United States, it's grinder. He fell down in the U.S. Championship, still got up, and not only did he win the U.S. Championships, he got his World Championship qualifying mark in that same race.
I think in America you call that a baller, right? That would be the technical phrase.
You got it.
For that. Let's see, Abraham Sime, the first athlete to lose patience. It was slow through the first kilometre, 2:54, so a second slower than the first heat. So very, very sedate for these men. It's the time they could all run in their sleep. They would have had to run much faster to qualify for this race. That cheer going on the outside, that's for Istvan Palkovic of Hungary. He moved himself up a little bit into the water jump there. We often see almost fake moves from these athletes as they sprint and surge to get a better look at a barrier, particularly the water jump. It can almost look like they're making a move, but they're just positioning themselves. You almost think, are they going for it? And El Bakali, this is the highest up we've seen him, but look at the way he's ahead of that big pack behind. It's exhausting to hurdle in a big, big group. There were 4 abreast across that hurdle. You're running at distances, you're checking your stride, you're having to think on your feet. It's stressful in the middle of that pack.
Well, El Bakali, and you just watch him, he is just a model of stride conservation. He just makes it look so easy, very little arm swing, and then when he goes over the hurdle, because he is a little bit taller, he executes the hurdle just a little bit easier than a lot of other people.
Now you could see El Bakali, he's so good, as you say, very good technically, and almost his habitual acceleration into the hurdle to attack it is enough to move him up 3 positions. And you kind of think he probably he's not too bothered about being higher up at this point. I mentioned he's got a fantastic sprint finish on him. It's more about staying out of trouble and making sure you don't get tripped, making sure you don't lose a shoe, and that you don't tweak anything as well if you're suddenly slamming the brakes on mid-pack. Oh, and there is a fall there. There's the Hungarian Palkovic has gone down, and the Japanese athlete Tsunoda. A great qualification in the first heat for Aoki of Japan. They would have loved to get another one in the final here, but the Hungarian and the Japanese having to work very hard to get back onto this path. The advantage they have got is it's still pretty slow.
I was going to say, yes.
But again, we can see the Hungarians made it back onto the group, or back of the group, just out of your shot already. That's very impressive of him, but that's going to take a lot out of him. There he goes. And that's a decision. You've got a burst of adrenaline now. You've just been tripped because you've been messing around in the middle of the group. Why not just have one last shot of glory here? 5:44 through 2 kilometres, and at the moment it is Palkovic of Hungary leading the way. Could have gone. It's a nightmare. World Championship debut in front of a home crowd to have a fall. What can you do about that? You can stamp your authority on it, have a go, at least get your time at the front. So hats off to Istvan Palkovic, but he's got high quality athletes around him, and they're going to use this lift in pace, I think, to try and spread the group out, possibly in the end at the detriment of Palkovic, but he's hanging in there at the moment. El Bakali just easing himself onto the shoulder of the Kenyan Kibiwott in front of him. Palkovic doing well to hold on to 3rd place, though. He's huffing and puffing, he's working hard. It's a good move from Chemutai of Uganda as well. He's had a quiet race. Who's that coming around the outside? The Ethiopian Sime. He led earlier on in the race, and he's just rocking and rolling, these athletes. A change in pace, it can be hard. You kind of think, I should feel easy, I'm going so slow, but suddenly when you're asked to lift your pace, there's lactic flooding your system. There's a lot of bodies around them. Right, we saw a huge sprint finish in the first heat. This is 500 metres to go. El Bakali, the defending champion, hits the front. He doesn't want to have any risks here in Budapest. He wants to be in that final, and he's just blown at this field apart in the space of around about 150 metres.
And that last water jump was absolutely beautiful for El Bakali. He stepped on the barrier, took a big leap, cleared that water, and was 2 meters ahead of the rest of the field. So much experience up front here.
And that's how El Bakali has won his global titles. He's so good at speed over the barriers, and this is what we're going to see if he goes up against Lemaitre Girma in the final. El Bakali, for me, is unmatchable on the world stage of his ability to hurdle at speed under pressure. I mean, he's just stuttered into that one and made me look like an idiot. But El Bakali, his penultimate and his final water jump in those global finals has been lovely. Let's see if he can pull off another one here. He's under pressure on his shoulder from Brooks of the United States. We mentioned the American is young, he's exciting, he's tenacious, he's the NCAA champion, and he is about to run himself into a global final. El Bakali sprints into the final barrier, takes it cleanly. Brooks goes well. It's a fall for Sime of Ethiopia at the final stage. And that is your top 5 across the line. If Brooks nick it on the line, people won't mind about that. But Bakali Janoe, Kibiwot and Chematai. Karabana is the athlete that just misses out the Andorra and has had a wonderful season. And with that ball from Sime, unless he can protest with the officials and say I was impeded, that is also him out of there as well.
Well, you called it there with Leonard Chematai of Uganda. He just had a really quiet race. He stayed out of trouble. He just hung out there in that 4th and 5th position. And coming down the home stretch, he just found himself just in great position to get through to the final. So just smart running by him to get there in the top 5. Kenneth Rooks, though, Kenny Rooks, the collegiate, he gets through. It's tough for those college athletes after such a long season to show up here and run well, but nice job by him. But El Bakali, that's a masterclass in hurdling.
It really was, and you spotted it, Dan. It was that penultimate water jump. El Bakali just blew the field apart. And sometimes this final isn't taking place till Tuesday night. And that's a long wait as well. You've been waiting probably in a holding camp or in a training camp for weeks for this competition to get underway. You don't want to do nothing. You want to test the legs, see what's there, whether you're firing on all cylinders. So El Bakali, for me, was doing that here in the last 500 metres. But Rooks, he's so aware tactically, and he would have learned that in the collegiate scene, where are the athletes around me? How can I measure my finish? But Rooks, absolute perfection there to beat some athletes that have got much faster times on paper than him. Abraham Kibiwot seemed very content to finish in 3rd or 4th there, didn't sprint across the line. And there is the heavy fall from Ibrahim Sime. 8-10 this season, ran that in the Monaco Diamond League, and there was no one around him. I'm afraid there's no claim for me there that him being impeded and being advanced into the final with that reason. That is our first casualty here really in the men's steeplechase. Ibrahim Sime. El Bakali just checking around and sharing a high five there with Janoe of Tunisia. Very well to come through for 3rd place. Results of Heat 2, it does go to Kenny Rooks, 8:23.66, exactly the same time as the reigning champion El Bakali. Janoe of Tunisia given 3rd, Kibiwot 4th, Chematai 5th, and those are your 5 from Heat 2. Looking for 15 men for that final, so we'll go and collect a final 5 from the 3rd and final heat that features the new world record at the Metro Gurma. Race due off in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Another look at this brand new arena, 35,000 seat stadium built especially for the 19th edition here of the World Athletics Championships. You'll see some finals this evening. We've also already had the first medals awarded in the race walk, and these athletes will compete for medals this evening. There'll be the final event of day 1 in the evening, the mixed 4x4. And there are the 8 teams. United States topping the table with Great Britain and Northern Ireland with a national record, and Belgium, Netherlands, France with a national record, the Czech Republic, Germany and Ireland. Unfortunately, the host nation just missing out on this final. Hungary did run a national record, but they finished 9th overall between the 2 heats. Action still here to come in this morning session on day 1, 3rd and final heat of the men's steeplechase. The female heptathletes have got their high jump competition underway. We have 2 pools of the men's hammer throw, both pools of the women's long jump as well, their qualification competitions, the prelims of the 100 and the first round of the women's 1500. There they are, the men ready for the 3rd and final heat of the men's steeplechase. Ejrani of France starts us off on the outside. Bebendorf of Germany, another athlete with a dangerous sprint finish for me. I've just seen Rooks deliver that very well. See a 4 for one Japanese athlete. One athlete's made it through. Ruji Moira is the top-ranked athlete from Japan, though. He was 7th in Tokyo. He's run 8:09 this season for a new national record at the Paris Diamond League. Molina of Argentina goes next. Leonard Bett. A few athletes have gone underneath 8:10 this season. He wears hit number 9. Picked up medals at a World Junior level. Victor Ruiz of Spain can join his teammate Arce in the final. Jordi Beamish, very interesting athlete to watch. This is his first season at steeplechase. He's running very well. And Sundström of Sweden, hit number 6. Isaac Updike of the United States wears hit number 4. Ibdafil of the athlete refugee team wears leg number 3. And here is that new world record holder from Ethiopia, Lemaitre Girma. Fantastic time, a 7:52 in Paris. And this man has walked away with 2 silver medals at the last 2 global championships. And I think he's done some hard training this winter and made himself, I don't know, Al-Bakkali looked great then, but Lemaitre Girma, I think he's going to be bulletproof as we look towards that final. He's lowered his 1500 metre pace, personal best. He's underneath the Ethiopian national record, and he's run a world record, and this his favoured event. He couldn't be much more of a favourite for me, but the slower that final goes, the more tactical it gets, the less reliable those results are. Just a heat here. The third and final heat as these men jostle it out for those 5 automatic qualifying spots.
Well, and when you're the world record holder, but you don't have a global medal, you're not an Olympic champion, you're not a world champion, boy, you're hungry. You come to a championships like this and that's what you want, because the world record, it means a lot to you personally, but the world championship, the Olympic championship, you do that for the uniform that you're wearing, and he comes in here really as the chaser. I like his position. He is coming in with the fastest time of the year, fastest time ever, but he's not the favorite.
As did Al-Bakkali, Wale content just to sit there at the back of the group and just relax. But I wonder if, like Al-Bakkali, loses patience a little bit if he gets pushed and barged. Bedrani of France did make the final at World Championship level a few years ago. He was 5th in Doha. He has run 8:05 as a personal best. He's only done 8:16 this year, but he's getting better through the season.
68 for the first lap.
They're just toying with each other here. And I wonder, I think it's going to take this rule change sort of settling in for athletes to realise, did they do something right or wrong? It's very obvious if you've got an 8:05 personal best and you miss out on a non-automatic qualifying mark, you could have run a time. But now those times don't even exist anymore. Do you still feel that same frustration? Or you need to engineer the race, if you possibly can, to suit you as well as possible. And the slower you make a race, the more of a lottery it's going to be. And Molina of Argentina doesn't fancy it being quite that slow. I mean, he's run outside 8:30 this season and as a lifetime best, but he's gone, I'm on a brand new track on the biggest stage of my career. Why am I going to jog around so slowly? Come on, lads, let's get on with this.
Well, and coaches are going to remember this session in the steeplechase, and they're going to make adjustments certainly as well. And some of the favorites is like, hey, this race can go as slow as we absolutely want it to go. We can outkick everybody at the end, but when a couple of favorites are left off the list in the finals, people are going to make adjustments.
They are, and I even wonder, the female steeplechasers, they're on later in the week, they've got to be watching this and going, right, come on, if we just dilly-dally around, it's an absolute lottery, and you see athletes finishing infinitely higher up than they ever should do on paper. Oh, so it's a green number there for Girma. Green number, does that mean world lead? I've not seen the green number perhaps from any of the other competitions we've had today. Maybe I haven't been keeping my eye out for it, or maybe it's just a special Ethiopian green number for Lemaitre Girma, which he should have. It's actually the world record holder for the indoor 3,000 metres as well, did that this season. He's had quite the year, Wale. He's content to settle in second place behind Leonard Bett at the moment. First 1,000 metres led by Bett, 2:50, so that is the fastest we've seen so far out of all these heats. Bordering on respectable, that's 8:30 pace. Bett striding away, Wale just checking around, and Bedrani slotting into 3rd place. Good move from Ruji Moira of Japan. He's put himself in 4th place. Looks like Isaac Updike, the 3rd place American at their trials, trying to hold on to 5th place at the moment. Still a big group here. Geordie Beamish for me, perhaps the surprise package, the Kiwi athlete, really far back. He's done his time as a 1500 metre runner and a 5000 metre runner on the circuit, and just looked and thought, I can do something different here. And in his maiden season over steeplechase, he's run fantastically well, all the way down to 8:13, but he's very far back now. He's got a great kick. When he was an athlete that ran flat disciplines, he's got a great kick, and he's relying on that now in a steeplechase as well, but it's a different ball game.
Well, and that's not the direction that runners usually go. You know, you see a lot of steeplechase runners, they graduate into the 1500 meters because they got great strength and they just have a little bit more speed than everybody else. We've seen that certainly on the women's side, so this is an interesting transition for Geordie Beamish.
Well, it's baptism of fire. Davey, you see, I mean, he's doing very, very well, but this is a different kettle of fish. There's a big group here hurdling, and many of these men, they might have run a national championship, so you've maybe got 2 or 3 athletes pushing and jostling, or they might have gone to a Diamond League or a pace race on the circuit where you're spread out down the track, but suddenly you're here shoulder to shoulder with men. They're desperate to get the better of you. They're desperate to get into that final. At the moment, Lemaitre Girma, the world record holder, who's taken over the lead from Leonard Bett. He's just jostling behind him for position. Moira of Japan has put himself in 3rd place. He's going pretty well. And the Moroccan Moussad in 5th place, looking out of trouble as well. But Bedrani just battling with Ala Zoglami. We just saw his twin brother fail to advance in Heat 2. The Italian is a little bit higher up in this field at the moment. Just be coming up on the 2 kilometre split. It's 5:43 for the first heat, 5:44 for the second. They look like they're moving better here. There we go, 5:37. So this will, there we go, the final heat's going to be the fastest one anyway, even though there's not any time qualifiers on the line.
Well, Girma, like El Bakali, just does such a wonderful job with the water jump. Great acceleration. He recognizes where he's at, knows when to accelerate, and he does his best running. Certainly up front, you saw El Bakali just laying back, taking his time. Didn't really make his move till about 500 meters to go. But here you see Girma, and he just almost looks too easy for him at this slow pace.
A big move from Geordie Beamish to get himself up into these automatic qualifying spots. That could have taken something out of him. I think he's done it before there was a real lift of pace. He did swing round at that 2K mark, so perhaps the race plan was run easy for 2 kilometres and then get yourself involved. Geordie Beamish just opening up a small gap ahead of Moussad of Morocco. So 4 athletes just starting to separate themselves. You can kind of see Bett and Girma having a little race of their own here. They've got 600 metres to go. I did mention these athletes, they haven't had opportunities to race on the circuit for 2 or 3 weeks or so. A competition break as athletes prepared for these World Championships. They've gone all the way till Tuesday evening to recover. I do think they're going to stretch their legs and go hard here in the last 400 metres.
Hey, Ryuji Mira from Japan, he looks really fresh here, sitting in that 4th place position with just outside of a lap to go.
Really on for that 5th and final spot behind Isaac Updike of the United States, moving himself into the 5th place at the moment. Lemaitre Girma looking fine as he takes the bell. Just behind him, Leonard Bett and Geordie Beamish of New Zealand. He would have just seen Tom Walsh and Jack O'Gill qualify for the men's shot put final, and he looks well on his way here to making a global final in his first season in this event. The Japanese athlete Ryuji Mura going well. Stuttered into that hurdle a little bit on the back straight. Isaac Updike still holding on to that 5th and final spot, but he's coming under pressure from Sad of Morocco. It's going to be a battle royale for that 5th and final spot. These first 4 though, they're away, they're home, they're dry. Well, not quite dry, they've got one more water jump to go. After that they might be a bit dry. Torrential rain this morning here in Budapest saw us delayed by an hour in this track programme, but the sun is out now, it's warming up, it's lovely conditions. And Girma is going to take the win, I think, barring some sort of mishap over this final barrier in the 3rd and final heat of the men's steeplechase. Geordie Beamish just not being able to resist the sprint finish here. He kisses his vest, delighted to qualify for a final. Geordie Beamish, and a real vindication there for an athlete that's changed events, taken a bit of a gamble, and he's been rewarded. A good 3rd place for Leonard Bett. It's our fastest heat of the day as well. Heat 15. Bafdil of the athlete refugee team just coming across the line, and Molina of Argentina completing his race as well.
Well, you made a good call there, Hannah. Jordy Beamish, you said he made that move before the pace quickened, but it put him in a position to just hang on to the leaders. So very nice tactical run by him.
It certainly was. Just a word on another word on Jordy Beamish. So he's coached by Dathan Ritzenheim. He trains in the United States, and I think that Ritzenheim has got 5 athletes racing today. So I do not want to know the stress levels of Dathan Ritzenheim, but that Jordy Beamish, his first athlete of the day. I think he's got a Sinta Vissa coming up in the women's 1500 in a little bit, and then a few more on this evening. Alicia Monson, Yaled Naguse and Mario Garcia Romano. But yeah, sigh of relief, the campaign's got off okay with Jordy Beamish here this morning. But Leveche Germa, that looks absolutely fine. Probably almost hard for him to run slower. It's going to be awkward. He puts his foot down and nobody can live with him. It's not really told me much, really, to be honest. We knew El Bakkali was in decent shape anyway. Of course, we know Germa's in phenomenal shape with that world record. We're going to have to wait till Tuesday night to try and choose between those two.
Watching the background, there's somebody on the deck in the final run-in. Updike was in that charge for the final waltz jump.
It was a battle behind for that 5th and final qualifying mark.
Sundstrom's having to have the run of his life.
Very, very competitive. Easier to pick apart the athletes at the front. Germa, Beamish, Bet. Moira doing well to get 4th place to make it 2 Japanese athletes in the final. Simon Sundstrom of Sweden, though, a surprise package here in this 3rd and final heat. Ran himself into a personal best after that agonisingly slow first couple of kilometres. 8:20 and a spot in a World Championship final. Rest of the athletes in the 3rd and final heat of the men's 3000 steeplechase. Updike and Phil just completing the lineup. So we are into the heptathlon high jump. Talia Brooks, the event leader, coming in thanks to a brilliant high hurdles race. That she was in the 3rd and final heat. A bit of a surprise win over Anna Hall, perhaps. Like she's going well here in the high jump as well. 2 pools running right alongside each other, so it's very fair. The same amount of recovery. They've split the athletes into the ones that can jump higher and the ones that it's not perhaps their specialist event. This is Group A with the higher jumpers in it, if you like, but that helps the competition move along fairly. You shouldn't be sitting down and waiting ages at a height that's not applicable for you. You should be able to jump along athletes with a similar target just to help you get your jumps in the normal sequence.
Well, this is Shari Hawkins. She's made her first bar at 1.71 m. Here's her first attempt at 174. Boom. Outstanding high jumper, and so she will bounce over her second bar, but Shari is Here you see the green bib, so that is the world leader. So nice identification of that. Her world ranking is number 2, but she's got the highest score in the world. But Anna Hall is an outstanding high jumper. It's one of the events that really makes her such a formidable heptathlete. Outstanding high jump, outstanding long jump, and then she's really, really good at the 800 meters as well. But to be a good heptathlete, and I've always pointed to Nafi Thiam and KJT, Kadrina Johnson-Thompson, you need to be world-class in a couple of events. And Anna Hall is a world-class high jumper and a world-class long jumper.
I think you're right, and I mentioned, I touted Norwitz as an all-rounder. This is her 3rd and final attempt, I think, at 171. Oh, phew. Because she is an all-rounder, but you really can't afford a mistake if you haven't got a super good event to fall back on. And I think that brings its own sort of pressure. You know, if someone like KJT, she always knows she's going to open that second day with a long jump, and that should be her comfort zone. Okay, so 3rd and final attempt for Wits there at 174. That's very important for the Flemish athlete. Nemes of Hungary gearing herself up here. I mentioned she had a new personal best to win their national title Xenia Koshan, #1 Hungarian athlete. Nemes here, that's a lovely clearance. A bar rattler from Nemes. She was absolutely delighted, full of relief. Come into this competition with a season's best of 178. And this high jump every 3 centimetres, so that's every height that you clear. It's around 38, 39 points or so. Very important that you advance through these heats.
And a part of me, Hannah, I'm just so sentimental for the home athletes who get to compete in front of this home crowd. And I even found myself, being in other countries, rooting for other athletes, even inside my own discipline sometimes, just so they can, just so you can hear that home crowd roar.
KJT was okay in the high hurdles. So she's getting on here in the high jump. She's in the same pool as Nemes, so we can assume this might be 177 as well for her. There she is, Jess Nemes and Johnson Thompson over 177. First time attempt. That's the opening height for Johnson Thompson as well. That looked pretty relaxed for an opening height.
And she's still got a lot of great hops, and that's one thing you look for as an athlete. Begins to age just a little bit. Do they still have the pop? Do they still have the explosiveness? And KJT still has it. I'm still wondering when we're going to see Morgan Lake come back and do some multi-events. That's where she started.
I think she would run away pretty fast if you made Morgan Lake do a heptathlon again. But it would be interesting. So Vannanen here, that's a busy scorecard for the young Finnish athlete. But she's here on a very big stage here with a big opportunity. And she's doing well so far. First time over 177. Norwitz has a go as well. We'll just look a little bit more relaxed as this bar's gone up. They're just settling into it a tiny bit. Witz, for me, she needs to at least equal her season's best of 183 if she wants to stay competitive with Vannanen and some of these other athletes. And that's a good start from Witz. Again, a busy scorecard. You're going to be carrying that fatigue through the rounds. Can Kerry Hawkins make it one more person over at 177? There was a lot of deceleration for me there into the bar. Good at the start and then almost tentative as Hawkins got close to the bar, but she's over, so it doesn't matter too much. Anna Hall next up. Lucky guess, I think, the green bib for a world lead, but I'll take it. So Hall, I'm interested, Dan, you would have followed an athlete like Anna Hall for the last few years. She competes and a lot. I was going to say an awful lot, but that's imposing my opinion. I don't mean the word awful. She competes a lot, a tremendous amount more than her combined, her multi-events competitors. Why? And is that okay? Can she sustain it here on the bigger stage when she's had such a busy season already?
Well, I think certainly as we've gotten to the World Championship, she's curtailed that competition schedule just a little bit, but that's something that she's going to change as she gets a little bit older. I think when you're young, you can do that. But what's interesting is she trains the same way. She loves to really hit the hard events, and when she was at the University of Georgia, her coach, Petros Kyprianou, said she wanted to do more 800-meter training. She was so good at it already. She just loved the grind. That's what she came up with. When she was in high school, she just really was able to train a lot, get in the best shape possible. But I think she's in shape, and she likes to try different things. You know, the 400-meter hurdles was kind of an experiment for her in college, and she was really good at it. And here she wanted to try it as a pro, and who knows, maybe down the road we see her just invest in that particular event.
Brooks, the next American up. That's a smooth clearance for her as well. She has done a new lifetime best this season of 184. Good start, as we mentioned, in the 100 hurdle. She's the event leader at the moment. But you would definitely expect the likes of Anna Hall and Katarina Johnson-Thompson to rack up some points ahead of Brooks. On the second time clearance, though, for her at 177.
Well, Talia Brooks is an interesting athlete. She went to the powerhouse, University of Arkansas, and she was an NCAA indoor champion in the heptathlon, all of the ability in the world, but she just had a hard time translating that to the next level. And so she really concentrated on hurdling, and didn't pay that much attention to the multis until just the last 2 years. She went to the Olympic trials, did not make the team or the World Championship team last year, but this year things have really gone well. She's dedicated a lot more time just to the multi-events.
So lovely look at the warm-up track here. These are the athletes Marta Penfritas and Sarah Healy warming up for the women's 1500-metre heats. And Naomi Tanaka as well, she'll go in heat 1. And the weather could not be more contrasting to what it was this morning when we turned up. It was absolutely torrential rain this morning, thunderstorms. The likes of Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price have been very glad that she was coming on a little bit later. She's just been training today. The women's 100 doesn't get underway until tomorrow, I believe. Her and her making a tap in there as well, just doing some training, familiarising themselves here with this warm-up track. But it's lovely warm weather now as well. 24 degrees is a bit kinder as well. It's been up in the 30s. So I think particularly when we look at those multi-eventers and some of our athletes competing over longer distances, it's nice to see that temperature just drop away from 30 degrees centigrade. It's a bit more forgiving. It should be a bit of a nicer environment for them.
Well, certainly when you're out there all day, as the day started, I thought, oh, it's going to be hot, humid, and really crazy for these multi-event athletes, but because we started out with some rain, it definitely is cooler. Gave these athletes a little bit of a break, because nothing beats up the multi-event athletes than more than just being out there in the sun hour after hour after hour.
Sagnay there, Canada, just that bounce at his step on the warm down. He took second place in his steeplechase. He's going to be pinching himself down. Do I have to come back? I thought I was just going to have one opportunity here. He's run himself into a World Championship final. This warm-up track will get very, very busy through the championships. And we mentioned it's situated just over a bridge. The athletes go to the first call room here at the warm-up track, then they put in a golf buggy and whizzed across the bridge. The second call room underneath here in the stadium, sheltered away, and then they're brought out into the competition arena ready to compete after that. It's an arduous, convoluted journey.
But again, we talk about the differences. When you get to the championships, you don't always have a practice track at some of your meets throughout the season. But it is managing your time on the practice track, being able to be ready for that first call, when to get on the buggy, and you have a lot of people helping you. You get team coaches and certainly other athletes, but only an athlete who's been to the championships can really understand it and experience it. And so that's what gives these athletes who've been to multiple championships a little bit more edge as we get into the competition. Experience matters.
Rita Nemes attempting 1:80 here. The Hungarians had a lovely reception from the crowd. Looks like she's enjoying herself. It was a small margin clearance at 1:77 and a big failure there for Nemes. 1:80, but that was just her first attempt. Over on the other bed, Turpin, first attempt at 1:74. The French athlete making light work of that. Clapped her hands. It's on the bed where the bar will be a little bit behind, a little bit lower, but still valuable, important points for each of these athletes to try and accumulate in each of their pools. And, as for Turpin, first athletes over 1:74 on that side, 1:80 here on the other bed. Brooke, she looks very relaxed down. She looks as event leader, enjoying herself.
Well, she knows her tougher events are certainly coming. She's not a very good thrower. Shot put and javelin will give her fits, but the high jump is an area that she knew she needed to get much better at. She's an outstanding long jumper, and so she should be able to translate that over to the high jump, and she high jumped very well. Oh, as KJT clatters one down. You see, just a little too casual in that effort.
That's a first-time failure at 1:80 for Katarina Johnson-Thompson, and I've written down next to her name, opportunity. I kind of think each event, it's an opportunity to get an advantage over your competitors, and this is for Katarina Johnson-Thompson. And whether delivers anywhere near what she has so far this season, I'm not sure, but KJT, she needs to get up into the 180s here. Saga Varnanen as well, struggling here at 1:80. That's her first attempt and a first failure. But the youngster, that would have equalled her personal best she's already set this year. I think that was in Gotsits as well. It was 4th place in Gotsits for Varnanen, and that's impressive at her age and stage. And when you remove Ajacek, who was in 3rd Gotsits, that puts Saga Varnanen on the podium in a very global competition there. Everybody's struggling with this 180. Vitz there as well, and I mentioned it's not as hot as it could be, but they're still down there on the track surface. I always think it's a little bit hotter down there. It's very still today. They can run away into the shade to rest between attempts, but they're out there in the exposed sun when they are jumping. Yeah, everyone just looks a tiny bit flat so far at 180. Can someone pop over it first time?
Well, here's Shari Hawkins. We'll see if she can keep a nice consistent run. And you know what? It's interesting. Everybody had the first couple of attempts. It looked like first couple of makes. Everybody got over very with a lot of confidence. And then we get to 180, and everybody seems to be holding back. Shari just needs to run and let it go in the high jump. You can't control the movement. You have to let them go. Be free.
It's that balance. Brooks was the only one that's over. She was the one that's looked most relaxed. Oh, surely. Oh, come on. She's going to be absolutely fine, right? Right, Dan?
Absolutely. And what's interesting, Anna Hall used to have an incredibly long run. She used to skip into 9 strides, which is a little odd for me. You usually go from the right side. It's an even number of steps, but she skips into 7 strides. Ooh. And she's way over that and comes down on it.
I mean, unlike the open competition where you're just doing the countback doesn't matter. It matters in terms of cumulative fatigue and mental resilience. You know, you are asking something of your body every time you go in for an attempt, but you're not putting yourself at a deficit to a competitor.
And that's what you love about the multis as well, is that it doesn't matter what attempt you get it done on, as long as the bar stays up or it doesn't.
So for Anina of Uzbekistan up next, she did 181 indoors. And she is with her first attempt at 180. She's looked good so far. And straight through the bar. It's almost like Talia Brooks. Okay, she cleared it, and then something's gone on. She put some voodoo on the bar and said, let's just make it seem a bit higher or a bit harder for these women, because this is really, really challenging. And
well, things that can be a distraction as well, though. These athletes are coming from the shaded area into the bright sunlight area of the D zone here, and it could just kind of throw you off mentally just a little bit. So, you know, we see some challenges, but a number of these athletes, I think we'll see second attempt makes on a lot of them.
Sophie Doctor struggling at 180 as well. I think she was a bit under par in the hurdles as well. Doctor, it was a great silver medal in Espoo at the European Under-23s behind Saga Vananen for Doctor. She's just not quite finding a groove here so far in Budapest. She's got a new lifetime best this season of 189. Another athlete, you know, I said to you, this is an opportunity for her to accumulate points. You've got Anouk Vetter over in the other pool, one of the very best athletes we've seen in the world, Olympic and world medals, and she's not good at this event. Everyone else has got an opportunity to rack up points ahead of Vetter, and at the moment they're just struggling to take that opportunity. Katie O'Connor of Ireland up next. There you go, she's broken the curse. 180 is doable, and I love the way Katie O'Connor competes. There's so much emotion, so much expression. It was a brilliant silver in Birmingham representing Northern Ireland last summer in August, and I think that's just she's always been very enthusiastic, but I think that's sort of given her a bit more confidence. Weissenberg, Germany. Can she follow on here? 180, the target. And she does, just by the skin of her teeth. All right, we've got a bit more momentum going here at 180. Weissenberg joining the other clearances we've had so far.
Well, Sophie Weisenberg, an outstanding junior athlete for Germany, competed on a number of Thorpe Cup teams, but just has not really translated over to high level at the senior level. And this is her first big senior team, and she's making the best of it.
So the high jump will continue with the heptathlon, but it's time for the men's preliminary 100-meter heats. So we're going to have 4 heats here in the men's 100 metres. This is the preliminary round. The top-ranked athletes don't have to take part in it. They will start their campaign this afternoon with their round 1. We're looking for 2 athletes and 2 time qualifiers from these 4 heats to advance into round 1 proper, if you like. This is the preliminary one. Emmanuel Archibald, one of the highlighted athletes in this first heat from Guyana. He goes in lane 4. She 10:14 competitor this year, and he holds the national record for Guyana in the long jump, 8:12, very handy. Qual Chan of Macau goes in lane 5. He's their 100 and 200 national record holder, 10:62. Could be competitive enough here. Carol Tayan of the Republic of Kiribati goes in lane 6. Ben Sporos of Hungary is going to get a big cheer here from a very enthusiastic and knowledgeable crowd here in Hungary. They've really enjoyed their action here on a Saturday morning. He's their 5-time national champion, 10:47 his best this season. And the final athlete in lane 8 is Timur Izakov of Kazakhstan. Personal best of 11:31. Tyrone Webster of Aguila and Karalo Nebuka of Tuvalu.
On your mark.
Lane 2 and lane 3. Emmanuel Archibald of Guyana with his 10:17. Definitely the fastest in this field. First 2 qualify automatically for round 1.
It's got to be fun for Ben Sporos. He grew up 1 hour outside of Budapest here, so an opportunity for family and friends. Come see you compete at the World Championships.
Set.
And it is a good start for Emmanuel Archibald, as you'd expect. Strong running from Qual Chan of Macau as well. Archibald striding away, and the home guy, the local athlete, the Hungarian Boros coming through for second place. These two will qualify automatically. Chan and Webster will have to sit and wait and see if their times are fast enough. But that was textbook from Archibald. And this preliminary round has been long-standing in the global men's 100 metres. We see it at the Olympics, we see it everywhere. But there's got to be athletes right on that cusp that are kind of going, come on, are you kidding? I've got to do an extra round in the morning whilst everyone else is resting. But Emmanuel Archibald, hopefully starting off his campaign with a win, is also going to give him that momentum as he looks through to round 1 this afternoon.
There's the replay from behind.
Well, and you see you see there Archibald, third from the right in the red uniform, red top and the green bottoms. Good start, keeps his head down, gets through his drive phase, and then as he makes his transition into upright running and top speed, head up nice and relaxed through the shoulders and the neck. And just a cut above the rest.
Certainly was. And yeah, hopefully he can. It's not very often. It's surprising, I think, how rare a win can be when you're an international kind of full-time athlete. It can be very hard to actually cut that tape to cross the line first. So Archibald, he can chalk off a win this morning. Ben Sporos ran really well in the last 20 or 30 metres under pressure. Big battle with Qual Chan of Macau.
Of 81 metres 18, Ethan Kasberg is in the world.
Archibald looking very slick, light work here of his
Kasberg jutott be eddig a döntőbe 84 méter 18 centiméteres új kanadai országos csúccsal. Ez szenzációs eredmény.
Look towards that even session, like Ferdinand Omanyala, Zarnell Hughes, Noah Lyles, Atkinson Binet. They will probably be half asleep napping somewhere in their hotel rooms. There we go. Archibald 10:27, Boros 10:70, Chan and Webster 10:79, 11:03. The athletes are going to have to sit and wait. They've got the little Q next to their name. And here is our very first look at the Q room being used here for the first time at the World Championships. And these are the athletes that are in those hot seats. They've been taken to a rest area where they have food, they have water, they have the ability to stretch, relax, and most importantly, have a very good view of the action. And there are big TV screens in there that will help them keep across the action to see how their time survives and whether they do have a shot at making it through to the next round. That's going to be used throughout these championships for a lot of our track races. That's our very first look at it. Oh, and here is what's hopefully not our last look at Nemes of Hungary in this heptathlon high jump. Third and final chance to get over 180. And it's not to be for Nemes. She's very frustrated. So she would have had new season's best with that. It's around about what she's capable of. So certainly not a disappointing performance from Nemes, but you always want a tiny bit more. You always want a few more points. And Katarina Johnson-Thompson in the same boat here. And this really would be not a disaster. This would be very frustrating for Katarina Johnson-Thompson. She's good at high jump. It's a good points opportunity for her. And she exits here with 177. It's going to put her any medal hopes in massive jeopardy. That was big.
And sometimes a third attempt will just kick you in the rear and wake you up out there. And I hope that third attempt there, and she knows she had to come up with a big jump, good spacing. And one of the things the athletes have been dealing with today is just spacing from the bar, figuring out exactly where that good takeoff point is. And KJT, she found it there. Hopefully she can get in a little bit of a groove and she can make 3 more bars.
Saga Vananen on her third final attempt at 180 as well. Young and up-and-coming athlete. That equals her personal best. That's what you're talking about, Dan, isn't it? You just got that little bit of jeopardy. And coaches in the stand will be saying, come on, Wim. Why couldn't you feel that intensity 2 attempts ago and saved yourself all that heartache? But hey, you got to ride the roller coaster of track and field. But it's great to see Vananen and Katarina Johnson-Thompson get over 180. Join the other women that have managed to navigate that height, but that has been a sticking point there in Group A in the women's high jump heptathlon.
On the track, it's heat number 2 of the men's
Number 2 of the men's 100 metres preliminary down there on the track. So we've got a non-starter perhaps in lane 3, and maybe lane 6. Have to wait and see. We do have Brandon Jones of Belize in lane 2. A national record for Belize in the triple jump. Here over the 100 metres. It does unfortunately look like a no start for Azim Fahmy of Malaysia. No, he has got himself. We just looked down on the track. Where was it? Well, this young man, Fahmy, he actually lost his boarding pass as we got on our flight here to Budapest. So let's hope there wasn't something similar going on this morning on his way to his preliminary round. But he has made the start lane. He's all right. Fahmy from Malaysia. Here is Kunwar of Nepal in lane 4. From Kawa in lane 5. Lane 6 sees Dylan Sova of the Seychelles. Kamara of Guinea-Bissau in lane 7, and Kylian Vachakan of Monaco in lane 8. Personal best over 11:35 in the World Juniors last year, as did Fahmy in lane 3. He was 5th in Cali, Colombia. 10:04. This is windy time from this season. His personal best from last year, 10:09. So Fahmy, like Archibald in the heat before, very much one of the favoured athletes here in Heat 2.
Attends Auburn University, is coached by Leroy Burrell, former world record holder in the 100 meters, and Ken Harnden, who was a world-class 400-meter hurdler from South Africa, who was a sprint coach at Auburn. But Fahmy didn't take any time at all. He broke the Malaysian national record in the 60 meters indoors and the 200 meters indoors, and outdoors the 100 and the 200. His first season at Auburn University. The goal for him in college this last season was put on a little bit of muscle. I'm not sure he did.
Well, he is still very much a youngster, 90 years old. Fahmy in lane 3. Can he safely navigate this preliminary round? It's a good start from Fahmy. He strides down the track. The Malaysian showing his class here. It's a fantastically fast time, 10:24. I thought it could be even faster than that, but we mentioned some of these athletes have not been able to compete for a while because there's been a break in the circuit, if you like, in the competitions. And Fahmy, he did the regional championships in the NCAA system, didn't qualify for nationals. He had a bit of an injury, and he's been training since then. Just managing a few competitions between that. And when you're light on competition, sometimes you want to move through all the gears. You want to test yourself. And Fahmy striding away with the win there. Brandon Jones of Belize taking 2nd. So there are 2 automatic qualifiers who will join Emmanuel Archibald and Boros.
Well, there you see Murazim Fahmy, 2nd from the right. He takes off, and not a lot of power at the start. Almost stands up to as he comes out of the blocks, but runs very effectively. Great turnover. And you see what makes him the Malaysian national record holder, and not just the 100 meters, but the 200 meters as well. But great turnover, great posture. That is just some really beautiful sprinting by that young man.
just left the rest of them behind, really. I mean, as did Emmanuel Archibald in the first heat. Many of these heats do have a forerunner, if you like. I mentioned those men that feel hard done by that they hadn't been put through to round one anyway. I asked Azim Fahmy, well, did he feel hard done by? He said, nah, it's all, I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to be at a World Championships. That's the only representative here for Malaysia. Just him and one coach, his coach from home, his coach when he lives in Malaysia, compiling a... That's it. That's the Malaysian team.
Well, and Hannah, this is, and you're familiar with it, certainly the NCAA basketball tournament. This is like the play-in game. You know, they play in, and you know, once you're in, you're in. You know, you're in the tournament now, and Fahmy will go to the next level. And if he runs that time, it's interesting. He could make it to the next round even.
So here is our look at the athletes that were in the hot seat. Kinwa Chan and Tyrone Webster, have they survived? They have by 100. You can see Kamara there of Guinea-Bissau, 11.04. That is not enough to unseat Tyrone Webster. He will stay there.
Well, and here is Tara Davis-Woodall from the United States. She was your second place finisher at the U.S. Championships. Been having a fantastic season. Oh, she's all over the board there. She'll get an automatic qualifier if that is a legal jump. And let me stress this for those folks out there. Tara, not Tara. She'll correct you. Her mother will correct you. Her grandmother will correct you. So get it right. But she's been having an outstanding season, both on the Diamond League and in the United States. Missed a medal at the Tokyo Olympics, but is competing very well this season.
And there we go, Tara Woodall-Davis.
Boom.
6.87, one and done, over the automatic qualifying mark of 6.80. As with the men's shot put competition earlier on, you've got a mark that you can hit to qualify automatically to the final, but we will take 12 athletes, but you definitely want to try and hit that 6.80. And I'd say particularly in this women's long jump, there's an awful lot of women that are very capable of the 6.80. I think there are 20 women across these two pools of the long jump that have done the mark 6.80 this season. So you cannot be relying on just being in that top 12. You've got to hit that mark. It does look like it could be a good jump there for the Nigerian Koala.
Great speed, a lot of power at takeoff. Kind of a little bit interesting arm action at takeoff, but she sails over that qualifying mark easily. So she follows Tara Davis, and she goes 6.84. So good jump for her.
Oh, that's very efficient. Qual, of course, of Burkina Faso. Apologies, I was just looking at that green vest and thinking would assigned it to a different nation. That Koala joins Davis-Woodall in an automatic qualification spot. We've also got the first pool of the men's hammer throw going on. This is Wojciech Nowicki, the Olympic champion, but he has never won a world championship. So 5 for Pavel Fidek, his teammate. But Wojciech Nowicki is really the standout competitor of this season. He's the world leader. He's only been beaten twice this season. And can he carry that momentum on into the final? Well, he certainly has here into qualification. Soars over that automatic qualifying mark there. The big Q out on the field is at 77 metres. That's the kind of distance that Wojciech Nowicki can throw in his sleep. He's asked about that intense rivalry with Pavel Fidek. He said that he enjoys it. And as long as there are two of them on the podium, he doesn't really mind the order, but I'm not sure. He's too much of a nice guy.
Trust me, you do mind the order. He came to the LA Grand Prix this season and got a chance to see him throw. He only finished second, but we got even more impressive. He ordered three different plates for breakfast and easily ate them all. Big man out there with big throws.
Big appetite, big throws.
Yep.
Big height, that's what we'd expect. So, heat 3 of the men's preliminary round down on the track. Alicia Saladeleyev of Turkmenistan, the 7-time national champion. Tyree Dirick of the Marshall Islands. Set a new personal best this season, 11.92. Imran Rahman of Bangladesh goes in lane 4. He broke his own national record this season in the heats of the Asian Championships, his best mark, 10.25. Saad Gilani of Afghanistan goes in lane 5. He holds loads of their national records, not actually this discipline though. Does have a good personal best of 11.13. Teja from French Polynesia goes in lane 6. Pereira from Mozambique goes in lane 7. He's only done one race this season. Pereira is actually on a personal best, 10.79. Melino Tafuna of Tonga goes in lane 8. And the final athlete in lane 9 is Malik Garcia from Honduras, very close to his personal best this season. He's done 10.59, a 10.50 lifetime best from a few years ago. Tafuna from Tonga in lane 8 is actually only 17 years old, our youngest athlete in this field. He's not got a mark next to his name. He's only done a windy 11.08, 11.08. If he can replicate that sort of form here in Budapest, that might be enough. A tiny bit faster. Imran Rahman of Bangladesh in lane 4, the fastest athlete this season. Top 2 qualify through to round 1 this afternoon.
Set.
Oh, could be our first false start of the championships. Some good starts perhaps. Sadulayev of Turkmenistan looked like he was out of the blocks a little bit fast. We'll have a look at the replay and we'll let the officials do their job because they're much more qualified than myself and Dan. But any cautious guesses, Dan?
Well, it didn't look to me like with the naked eye that you could really see anything. Oh, but yes, closest to the camera there. On the outside, Malik Garcia of Honduras, who had a legitimate shot, I thought, of getting through here. If he ran anywhere close to his lifetime best, there you see he knew it on the outside as well. So they'll take a look at the video.
That's the problem, isn't it? When you know you're capable of progressing through to the next round, but you know it's close. You're tense, you're nervous. And it's not so much that you take a risk, but you know, oh, here we go, Chris Cohen, one of the most experienced officials in the world, Chris Cohen. I think he's just given him a yellow card. That's what we like to see. Let them all have another run. What do you say, Dan? Dan said no, it was a false start, then those are the rules. I'm too soft.
Well, it certainly was, but I have to take into consideration this is a preliminary round of the 100 meters. Not sure. Okay, his argument is they're very close. They're about as close to the stands as you're going to get on this track. And if there was any kind of noise down the tunnel or in the stands next to him, that could have set him off. That would be my argument anyways.
Oh, Malik Garcia, that's a bit lucky here to still be starting. The athlete from Honduras will have to focus himself now. He will have been nervous.
On your marks.
It was just a yellow card in the end. We keep all 8 competitors. Imran Rahman from Bangladesh, the class of this field with that 10.23 national record, settles back down into his blocks.
Set.
And they're away this time. Good low start from Imran Rahman. Driving out of his blocks, pulling away from the rest of the field. Good run from Sadulayev in lane 2, but Rahman strides away. He's got time to shut it down. 10.5 for the Bangladeshi athlete. A strong finish from Inosio Pereira of Mozambique. He's been rewarded with second place at this stage. Sadulayev just getting one out of it down into third place. We have got those time qualifiers there. We'll keep an eye on that. Minus 0.8. That's pretty good conditions down here trackside. It's been a lovely morning since that rain has cleared. That hour delay to the whole programme, and it's certainly worth it because it's supreme conditions for our athletes now.
There you see Rahman in the preferred lane, lane 4. But look at the turnover. Once he gets past his drive phase, stands up, turns it over, a little stiff in the hands, but clear-cut winner there. See just as he eases through the line, easy victory. He's interested to see how Garcia was going to do after that yellow card. He would only finish 4th in the heat, but it was all Rahman from Bangladesh.
Imran Rahman definitely had time to relax there. We did say we were going to have sort of one standout performer in each of these heats, and so far they've all delivered. Shame there to see Syed Gilani of Afghanistan pull up out of the blocks. Rahman and Pereira just waiting to confirm what they think they felt over the line. Ethan Katzberg of Canada making light work here of this qualification. We've already seen Volchik Novitsky throw an automatic mark on his first throw. I think there was one from Ethan Katzberg as well. He was walking up the front there. Let's just wait and watch this replay. Katzberg, one of 2 athletes to have beaten Novitsky this season. It's a rare accomplishment here in 2023. With a fist bump. It was fine. 81-18. Wow. He certainly had his Weetabix this morning. That's what you have in Britain if you were wanting to go and throw a hammer the long way. But Ethan Katzberg, top of the qualification list so far here in Group A. Bence Halaz of Hungary up next. He's number 5 on the world list. He's done a season's best of 78.27. And that looks similar. You can hear the roar of the crowd. That automatic qualifying line, 77 metres. There's a good few athletes that have achieved that this season, 17 across the world. So as in the women's long jump, you very much want to hit that 77 metres. You don't want to be trying to gamble just being in the top 12. The shot put, we did take about half the qualifiers outside of the qualifying mark. But at this hammer, you're going to have to throw 77 metres, really.
Well, and you know they love the hammer when you get off the plane and one of the athletes that are representing these world championships is a hammer thrower. It's just so fun to come to a country where they revere some of these field events.
Halaz with the one and done, 78-13. Sherry Hawkins will have her first attempt at 183. No one over yet. Hawkins be the first. I get great clearance, but for me, Dan, I don't know, maybe I'm used to watching the specialist high jumpers and there's that aggression in the last few strides. Maybe as a heptathlete you haven't got time to refine that sort of aspect of your technique, but it's very controlled of Hawkins. I always feel like there's more in the tank, but she's clearing these heights and she's accumulating the points.
Well, she does it more really with finesse than she does with speed, but she has a gigantic social media following. A lot of people follow her for her fitness tips. She does a lot of technical running and drill work on her social media. It's absolutely, she's over 500,000 social media followers, somebody that a lot of fans, not only of track and field, but outside the sport watch. And there you see what Anna Hall does so well. And Anna has figured out, even if she takes off a little close to the bar, she knows how. She has such great bar awareness. She knows how to get over that bar. There you see she's really close, almost just a couple of feet as a takeoff mark. But she manages it very well. And hey, the third attempt might have kicked KJT in the rump and got her going.
That was great. And for me, KJT there, that's the most relaxed we've seen her. Perhaps the pressure coming off as she feels more at home at each of these heights. But she joins Hawkins and Hall over 183. Johnson Thompson was very honest, said when she came to Eugene, she was in self-protection mode. She'd been through a lot with injuries and disappointments, and she barely remembers that competition, but hopefully a lot more present here today. So here's our final world record holder that we're going to have on show this morning, Faith Kipyegon in the warm-up area. She'll get underway in her 1500-metre heat just a little bit later on this afternoon. Fourth and final preliminary heat of the men's 100 metres down on the track. Just see saw win for Imran Rahman of Bangladesh. I don't think we had any non-automatic qualifiers, so Qual Chan still in a non-automatic qualifying mark, and actually the athlete that came across the line third in that previous heat, so Dalayev of Turkmenistan, has pushed himself into a time qualifying spot. One race left to sort these athletes out. Ibrahim Kamara of Gambia goes in lane 2, 10:15, his season's best. Najum Hassan of the Maldives goes in lane 3. Athlete in lane 4 from Kazakhstan, Musrapov, a new personal best in June, 10:65. Athlete in lane 5 from Guam, 10:93, Joseph Green. In lane 6 is Scott Feety from Micronesia. He's their flag bearer in Tokyo. It's Nathan Crumpton from American Samoa. He's their long jump and triple jump national record holder. No 100 metres this season. And is that an empty lane 8? Yet we have lost Oliver Mwimba of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Fast athlete underneath 10.5 this season. Would have expected him to qualify. Could be an opportunity here for the likes of Crumpton or Green or Musrapov. Ibrahima Kamara in lane 2, though, very much the man expected to run away with this heat. He's equalled his personal best, 10:15 this season.
Set.
And they're away first time. Good start from Kamara. Can he keep this going? Kamara looking like the class of this field so far. He's striding away the athlete from the Gambia, and he is going to take the win here. So close behind for that second automatic qualifying spot. 10:33 on the clock. We are third fastest winning time so far. We've seen Fahmy go 10:24, Archibald 10:27, and now Kamara 10:33. And it was Joseph Green on the line. Athlete from Guam became the first athlete to break 11 seconds since 2005 in June. I think he's backed that up here. That'll be another sub-11 clocking for Green. Musrapov, that was so close on the line. We'll have to see those time qualifying marks at the moment. 10:79 for Qual Chan and 10:86 for Musrapov.
Well, there you see Kamara of Gambia. Goes by the nickname Nesta. Good technique, great reaction to the gun. Outstanding starter. You could see what he certainly excels at, and that's the first part of this race. He just holds it together as he accelerates from the group in that first 50 meters, and now it's just a matter of lifting and holding that form together. He does a really nice job finishing that race with Joseph Green under 11 flat. There from Guam, an outstanding run for him as well, just a 21-year-old.
And perhaps being in the preliminary round is a nice, it's sort of a softer entry into a World Championships, isn't it? You can just hope, and to have it your own way like that for Kamara and some of our other heat runners and winners, Fahmy and Archibald, and Rahman's been at this level a lot. I've seen him a lot in the preliminary rounds, but to start off your World Championship experience with a win, that's kind of nice, isn't it?
Well, you'll be certainly warmed up for later.
You can just see Dalayev being informed he's not run fast enough to get himself into a hot seat, into the queue room. Musrapov is in there at the moment. A nervous wait for those athletes as they watch the times flick up for that fourth and final heat. We'll bring you up to date with the compiled results from the 4 heats just as soon as we have them. Here is a look at the qualification summary across all 4 heats, topped by Muhammad Azim Fahmy of Malaysia, Archibald Kamara, Rahman, the other heat winners. Boros of Hungary performed really well here in front of his home crowd. And the small queues go to Qual Chan and Favores Musrapov. Pereira and Jones, Green all making it automatically by finishing top 2 in their heats. Just the one personal best there for Joseph Green. And those athletes will move forward into round 1 of the men's 100 metres. That takes place at 7:43 local time here in Budapest this afternoon. Let's have a look into the call room, our lovely look behind the scenes. This is heat 1 of the women's 1500 metres. Laura Muir, bronze medal last time out. Just hiding in the corner there, not using a chair, just happy to sit on the floor.
I was going to say, you can't hide from those cameras. You can never get away from them. They will find you.
They will. I think our athletes are becoming more aware of that. Most of them seem pretty happy to go with the flow, you know, this sort of thing as part of our sport now, but you might look back and say, oh, I should have just probably sat on my chair. Or it's so sometimes when we see some of the athletes getting changed as well, you're so in the zone at this stage and you're just getting yourself ready to go on the track. We've seen some kind of quick outfit changes and some quick camera moves as well, but it's lovely to have the look behind the scenes at the various athletes. This is the warm-up area, the call room back by the warm-up track. It's the first call, if you like. These athletes will then go get on that golf buggy and get whizzed across the bridge. See Sophia Thorgerson of Denmark there choosing to use a cold towel over her shoulders. That's certainly something I would use in these conditions.
Well, and Hannah, this is really your way from your coach. You know, what's interesting is you're on the practice track, you're with teammates warming up, you're with your coach warming up, and then all of a sudden you get that last call to get on the buggy to head over from the practice track, and you separate from your support group, and you realize at that time, I'm all on my own. Now, whatever happens on the track is certainly up to me and me alone.
And again, it's like the men's steeplechase. No one's talking to each other, are they?
No.
Oh, business down here. This is, let's see, I'm going to identify Melissa Courtney-Bryant and Faith Kipyegon there. That's heat 2 making their way across. Sarah Healy sitting in the front seat. So there you go. It isn't world record holder gets pole seat because Faith Kipyegon's sat herself on the second row. We saw Safin El-Bakkali put himself in the front seat. But it is nerve-wracking, and that's a lovely aerial view here. The facilities are fantastic at this brand new National Athletics Centre. Fully equipped warm-up track over there, and then a nice trip over the bridge to bring you into the competition arena. Loaded that van up, 7 athletes, so you can presume they're going to have 2 golf buggies per heat. These women's 1500 metre heats due to get underway at 2:15 now. We have had a rain delay this morning, if you weren't aware already. The whole programme delayed by an hour. So here was the men's 3000 metre compiled results from this morning. That was the very first competition that took place under the new World Athletics rules. No time qualifiers. And Lemetra Gurma topped the pile. Geordie Beamish running well for New Zealand to make the final. Some real standout runs from Desagnu of Canada, and so Rooks of America to qualify. El-Bakkali, that is far down the line, but doesn't really matter. Each race was pretty sedate. El-Bakkali, the defending champion, will go head-to-head with Lemetra Gurma in that final on Tuesday night. Got the women's heptathlon high jump going on, the women's long jump qualification, and the men's hammer. But as we look towards those women's 1500 metre heats, I'm delighted to be joined by last year's men's champion, Jake Whiteman. He's going to help give us some punditry, give Dan O'Brien a break. He's been working very hard on the heptathlon, helping us with that. But welcome, Jake. Thanks for giving up your time.
No, thank you for having me, Hannah.
Yeah, it's disappointing, of course. Really sorry to see that you're not competing yourself this year. But yeah, how is it being here as a competitor, you would be competing, but here as a spectator instead? Is it all right?
To be fair, I hadn't really thought about it much. I was just excited about stepping into this sort of role, but when I see the track, and it's a nice stadium here, isn't it? It looks fast, and I'm sure when the 1500 heats for the men go off tonight, that's when I'll most feel like I wish I was there.
No, for sure. Michele Assini of Germany on the runway here, trying to hit that automatic qualifying mark, 6 metres 80. She's got a new lifetime best this season, 6:91. So Sani very capable of this, long striding into the board, look good. Looks like a valid effort, but again, just down on that big cue. She does clap herself, it is a valid effort. I've seen a few athletes sail over that automatic qualifying mark so far. Sani here in Group A, a foul in the first round. She was 10 centimetres over the board, so I'm sure she'll be relieved to get a valid mark here, put pressure on yourself with 2 fouls. There's a number of athletes here in Group A on 2 fouls. Automatic qualifiers that have already packed their bags over here. Tara Davis-Woodall and Marta Koala. That mark for Asani, 6:47. I think it's going to be relief at a valid mark, but she's going to know she's got to produce a little bit more. Both heats, both pools here of the women's long jump are going on alongside each other. And I think if you don't hit that automatic qualifying mark, you just got to keep jumping, just got to do well. Next up, Marina Beck-Runchuk. She's on 1 foul from the opening round. She will be one of a few athletes going in the triple jump later as well. That takes place on Wednesday, Friday this week. These long jump women trying to get their qualifying mark for tomorrow night's final. If you like women's long jump, do remember we'll have a dedicated stream for that long jump final tomorrow evening. That will be with Tamsin Manu of Australia. Beck-Runchuk, foul in the first round. She's very good technically, Beck-Runchuk for me, but almost too good sometimes. She gets very, very close to the board. When she gets it right, produces phenomenally long jumps, and she doesn't give anything away on the board. But unfortunately, it does result in a lot of minor fouls. Beck-Runchuk nervously waiting for a mark here. She's one of the athletes who's been very frustrated by the new vertical plane technology. She has had a number of fouls awarded. You could almost call it a toenail over into that vertical plane, but those are the rules now. It's been a good season for Beck-Runchuk. She took a silver medal in the long jump in Doha in 2019 and reignited her triple jump career. Picked up a medal at the World Indoor Championships over that. Let's see if we've got a mark for Beck-Runchuk. Oh, it's another foul. Yikes, that must have been close. Come up as 3 centimetres, the foul for Beck-Runchuk. Agonisingly close. Gardasevic up next for Serbia. Everyone very much focuses quite rightly on Ivana Vuleta in terms of Serbian long jumping. Gardasevic is having a very good career behind her. She's 6:51 in the first round. Gardasevic, that's not up with some of the other marks she's done this season. She's looking at a foul in the second round. Gardasevic in action in Group A in that women's long jump. Just moving through into the third round. Just Tara Davis-Woodall and Qual that have automatically hit that qualifying mark of 6:80. I would be very surprised if they're still down there. They probably pack their bags. But from one Serbian to another, Ivana Vuleta is in Group B. Vuleta's so consistent on the championship circuit. She's got 2 World Indoor golds to her name, but has yet to hit a global gold outdoors. Competed sparingly this season. She does seem like she's rounding into form. It was a 3rd in Monaco, a 3rd in Stockholm. Went to the London Diamond League, and Ivana Vuleta, she wasn't actually happy with the raised platform they had there in London. She took a couple of jumps and said, this doesn't feel safe, this doesn't feel secure, I'm not going to risk my body as we go into the World Championships. Vuleta was a foul in the first round for her. And they're 6:82, so she just gets herself over that automatic qualifying mark of 6:80. So Vuleta, the first woman to go over that mark in Group B, and the 3rd overall across the 2 heats. 3rd and final attempt for Katarina Johnson-Thompson. It was shaky at 180, and better at 83, and that is lovely from Katarina Johnson-Thompson. A smile breaks out across her face, a bit of relief. And Jake, we have still got you here, patiently waiting for the start of the 1500, but to see a British athlete there pop over on a 3rd attempt, that's something nice to see.
Yeah, of course. As someone like Kat, who's had a rough couple of years previously, it's nice to see her looking back to her best, especially in one of her best events.
It certainly is, and we touched briefly on the fact she said she was in very much self-protection mode at the World Championships last year. Barely remembers it was very stressful. Then went and won a gold medal at the Commonwealth Games and kind of thought, actually, I still can compete. I still want to compete. And here she is competing in Budapest. That women's high jump for the heptathlon, very much carrying on the infield as we look towards the 1500s. So here heat 1 at the women's 1500 metres down on the track. As with the steeplechase earlier, no time qualifiers We're going to have 6 across the line will automatically qualify. This is Nikki Hiltz, the American champion. She ran a North American record for the mile in Monaco in that fantastic world record race, 4:16 her time there. Bobachea of Romania, breakthrough silver medal at the European Indoor Championship. She's never scared to lead. Bobachea, could we see her do that here in Heat 1? This is Sifan Hassan of the Netherlands. Last time we saw her at a global 1500 meters, it was a bronze in Tokyo. She's a phenomenal athlete over this discipline, but she won the London Marathon in April, and she's here to attempt a crazy triple. 15, 5K, 10K triple gets underway today with Hassan. Chepetok of Kenya next across your screens, the 4:02 competitor. Sulan Al-Yildiz of Turkey, 4:11. Laura Muir, bronze medal from Eugene, silver medal from Tokyo. Can she get herself on another global podium? It's like when you wait for a bus. It takes ages to find one, and then 2 come at once. Abby Caldwell made it on the podium in the Commonwealth Games over 1500 for Australia. There's 3 very strong Australians as we go across these heats. Cortez of Mexico wears hit number 3. Nozomi Tanaka from Japan, hit number 2. And Sophia Inui, 5th place finisher from Eugene last time round, goes on the inside. She's raced sparingly this year, the Polish athlete. A fantastic finish on her. Just 3 races this season, but a couple of them have shown shades of what she's capable of, so don't write Sophia Inui off by any stretch of the imagination. There's Abby Caldwell, Laura Muir, Nikki Hiltz, Sifan Hassan, featured in many global finals between them. So we saw some very cagey racing in the men's steeplechase. They took that time qualifiers to mean we're just going to have a tactical race, we're just going to compete against each other. I earmarked Bobachea from Romania as an athlete that might front run. She's slotted into 2nd place. The other athlete that's never scared to lead is Nozomi Tanaka of Japan. When you talk about crazy triples that are being attempted at a championship, you can see Sifan Hassan just slotted in to the last place here, just jogging around with Laura Muir. Nozomi Tanaka actually ran the 800, 1500 and 5K in Eugene, so perhaps Hassan has had a talk with Tanaka and said, how was it? Do I want to attempt a crazy triple like that again? But Tanaka pushing from the front at the moment. This is a pretty respectable place. Bobachea in 2nd, and Nui in 3rd. Laura Muir swinging around the whole group to get herself into 3rd place.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Sifan Hassan having that 1 hour delay this morning, because of all the athletes that probably wanted a little bit more time between their 2 events, she's pretty much multi-evented today alongside the heptathletes, and I'm guessing she wanted an easy as ride as possible to get through this 1500 heat here before a 10,000 final tonight.
Well, 66 through the first lap, and Claudia Bobachera says that's not fast enough, and she's pushed herself into the front. And Sophia Inui, I think often I'm frustrated watching the Polish athlete run. She sits very far back, finishes like an absolute train. And Inui paying a lot of attention here in Heat 1 in the women's 1500. She's in 2nd place. Laura Muir slotting into 3rd, so that's 3 Europeans in the top 3, and these 3 are very, very used to racing each other at a championship level. They would have met each other at many European championships. The indoor series saw Laura Muir take the gold in Istanbul ahead of Claudia Bobachera. She took the silver. Sifan Hassan still just so content to sit at the back. It's very congested in the middle of the field. Tanaka pinned on the inside. The American champion Hiltz just to the outside of Tanaka. She's in a good position, the pair of them. They could glide through this field, but Claudia Bobachera pouring the pressure on at the front.
Yeah, Bobachera, you would say, probably isn't one of the fastest finishers in this field. There's plenty behind, so she's doing the right thing here, trying to stretch it out at the front. And you can see there's no one really running wider than just on the outside of 1 and 2, which bodes well for hopefully her chance of getting through on a quicker pace.
And Tanaka eager to push the pace on a tiny bit, perhaps feeling that the mark from Bobachera through 800 metres, 2:13, not quick enough. Laura Muir protecting her position though. Kenyan athlete just slotted in there on the inside, trying to protect her position as well. Here goes a move perhaps from Nikki Hiltz. They're trying to make their way just a little bit further up. Abby Caldwell is close to top. It's 500 metres to go. This is female 1500 metre running. Everybody can make it to a K. They're spread out across the track. There's pushing. They're shoving Tanaka, trying to take the lead from Muir into the bell. Stafford on the inside for Canada, gliding past Bobachera. It's all to fight for. 3:02 at the bell. This is going to be about positioning. This is going to be about timing your kick correctly. Tanaka has started her kick already. She's trying to control this from the front. Lucia Stafford of Canada, that was such a good move to get herself into contention. And there's only 6 women going through to the semi-finals from this race. And it's all to fight for. There goes Hassan for the first time. That's the first we've seen of the Dutch woman, and she's glided down the back straight. Questions about her speed. Could she possibly have a fast finish when she's won the London Marathon this year? And Hassan not intimidated at all by this field, happy to leave her kick till very, very late. It's Tanaka, Bure, Hassan, 3 abreast as they go into 100 metres to go. And it's Jebitok of Kenya in the 4th position at the moment. Nikki Hills, Abby Caldwell are going to have to close hard here. Just 6 to automatically qualify for the semi-final. Hassan looking comfortable, pulling away. That's a 60-second closing lap for Hassan. Probably faster because she was further back. Muir from Hiltz, Kibiwat, Caldwell and Tanaka. They will be your top 6.
Yeah, I was surprised that Naui wasn't there at the end, a bit more featuring, but that's the tough thing about this 6 automatic and no fastest losers otherwise, that unfortunately Stafford's going to be one that misses out there, but I would say a lot of the usual suspects you'd expect. And Hassan, you were saying, Hannah, like, questions about her speed, having only run a marathon 4 months ago. I think she's answered them pretty well, hasn't she?
As an athlete, Jake, if you were approaching a championship with that removal of time qualifiers, does that change the way you approach that race at all?
I think you can't afford any complacency. In previous years where you've been able to get through as a small queue, we'd call it, rather than a big queue, you can perhaps afford to not be at your best in the heat, and you get the luxury of still getting put through, especially if you're one of the later heats. Whereas for this, it's just cutthroat racing. If you're on a bad day or if you don't quite feel right, unfortunately you're going to pay the price in a heat like this.
And it is, I mean, it's always stressful. Heats are always stressful. I think if you get put in that 3rd and final heat, that's the only circumstance where you might relax a little bit and think and assume you know how it's going to go. But it's fine margins in 1500. You put yourself right on that limit, and it's hard. You can see Lucia Stafford made a great move into the bell, got herself into a brilliant position, but that was perhaps all she had.
Yeah.
And then she really paid for it.
And it was the same with Bobachea. She knew what she needed to do throughout 3/4 of the race, but sadly it just got moving a little bit too quick at the end. And I for one, I'm glad to kind of see the 6 automatic qualifiers. I think you take away pacemakers when you come to championship racing, so why not take away any sort of time resemblance as well and just have it straight racing. Anyone watching who's not watched it before knows the first 6 across the line are going to be the ones that go through to tomorrow night's semi-finals.
And we're speculating in the steeplechase. We saw some very tactical races, and we lost some athletes with faster times on paper, you know, higher ranked athletes. But this is championship racing.
Yeah.
This isn't about time trial racing. So do you think this is the best way to yield your best championship performers into a final?
I think so. The shorter the distance, the tougher it becomes. I think definitely for the 5K, maybe the 3K chase, just because it always was the case that all the fast losers came from the last heats, whereas for this, you always knew what you had to run if you're in the 3rd or 4th.
Well, Stefan Hassan, top of the pile, 4:02, very respectable time. Laura Muir, 2nd. Nikki Hiltz, a great 3rd. Edna Jebitok in 4th. Abby Caldwell and Nozomi Tanaka. It was nervous moments for those two as they sprinted, but they did get themselves into the top 6. Lucia Stafford, unfortunately, just fading. Had a good personal best for Alma Delia Cortez of Mexico in 8th place. We also had personal best for Natalie Blomqvist of Finland and Weber of Brazil. Back with Anna Hall in the heptathlon, 3rd attempt at 186. That is not good. That is not good at all for Anna Hall. She was gonna have to give it everything here. There's big points up for grabs in the women's high jump in the heptathlon. Let's hope that was just a misstep for Anna Hall, because her performances this season, all you can see is just her ankle gave way there a little bit. For me, Anna Hall, as she came in for this 3rd and final attempt, it was a 2nd place in the hurdles, which was a small surprise. You know, Talea Brooks is very good at hurdles, so not alarm bells as such, but that Anna Hall stepping gingerly away from the high jump mat with less points, enough points, but less points than you'd expect. Okay. 3rd attempt at 189 for Katarina Johnson-Thompson. This is entering the realms of respectable. It was great to see her make it to this height with that 3rd and final clearance at 86. But this could be lovely for Katarina Johnson-Thompson, a real opportunity. No, but it's okay. 186 for Katarina Johnson-Thompson is not too bad. necessarily opened up a gap ahead of Anna Hall. It's just a 3-point difference between Katarina Johnson-Thompson and Hall. This represents around about 38, 39 points or so. Good competition from Sophie Weissenberg. That's a personal best up there, top of the pile, 186. Be valuable points for the German. Hawkins and Brooks, very solid there with 183, 180. Norwitz, again, like we mentioned, good all-rounder with a 180, and Vananen as well. That's okay. And just concluding the second event here in the women's heptathlon. Talia Brooks is the leader, coming in with a 100-meter hurdles victory. But we'll do the maths, we'll crunch the numbers, and get you that overall standings in the women's heptathlon just as soon as we can. Heat 2 of the women's 1500 on the track. Linska of Poland out there on the outside. Rohan of South Africa wears hit number 13. Gaia Sabatini is the first of 3 strong Italians we're going to see. She is ranked number 1 thanks to her 401 from the Silesia Diamond League. Salome Alfonso of Portugal. Daribi Watauji of Ethiopia is 5th on the world list mark. It's 3:55 for her in that Silesia Diamond League, a very strong run. She was 4th in the 800 last year in Eugene, opting for the longer of the middle distance events here this year. Esther Guerrera, tactically astute, makes big moves, big sprints as a Spanish athlete, and very useful in a heat context. Gate Guillemot of France, personal best en route to a mile in Monaco. Sarah Healy, one of 3 Irish women on show here, but this is the world record holder, Faith Kipyegon from Kenya. Took that mark all the way down to 3:49 at the Florence Diamond League. And there was no stopping her from there. It was a world record in the 5,000 and a world record in the mile, and she is trying to win her 3rd world title. Vindix Toth taking the applause of the local crowd. New personal best in Sekesverheva, about 60 miles away, 4:11 earlier on this season. Hannah Hermansson of Sweden wears hit number 4. Melissa Courtney-Bryan of Great Britain and Northern Ireland's made good progress this year, first season under 4 minutes. The youngster Sofia Thorgerson of Denmark wears hit number 2. And the final athlete in the lineup is Belgium's Elise van der West. 4:05 season's best this year. She's European indoor champion from a few years ago. It's been a good morning so far for our world record holders. Ryan Krauser successfully navigating his qualification round in the shot put. Lemaitre Germer looking untroubled in the steeplechase. Let's hope Faith Kipyegon can go similarly here in Heat 2. All elbows off the line, jostling for position. It was swift in the opening round, 4:02, the ultimate winning time. Very respectable for all we see here in the second heat. Faith Kipyegon gliding to the front at the moment. Absolute opposite of Safan Hassan and Laura Muir, who just sat at the back in the opening heat. Faith Kipyegon, she's not raced for a while. She headed back home to Kenya for a training camp after that mile, after the 5,000 metre world record. That did her well, came back and ran the mile world record in Monaco. Kipyegon happy to lead the rest of the athletes. Melissa Courtney-Bryan of Great Britain sitting in 2nd place. Sarah Healy fighting for position on the inside. Daribi Watauji gliding around the outside, the 800 metre specialist. And I sometimes think if you were, Jake, you might have an opinion on this, if you come onto the scene as an 800 metre runner like Watauji has, and then you come into a 1500, for me, everything slows down slightly. Yeah. So your tactical ability should be quite good. Yeah,
it's a nice feeling if you run a few 8s and you come into a 15. So a lot of 1500 metre runners will do that pre-champs, do an 8 just to sharpen up, and you need to be able to close quick over the last lap, so an 8 is the perfect way to get ready for that. So yeah, I'm sure Watauji is feeling pretty good at this sort of pace right now. Yeah, and I think she's very, you kind of think if you're new to an event, you shouldn't be able to handle the tactics, but 800, you can't put a foot wrong. No, and also you hope that you're not quite running the same paces. Well, it's changed a little bit, but as you would be in the Diamond League. So if you can close quick and you can get yourself out of sort of any bad tactical situations and bad positions, then you should have a pretty clean and nice run here. I think this is slowing. You know, it was 67 through the first lap, which was the same as the first heat, and our women, they can really lift the pace in the final 600 and get into respectable times. But Faith Kipyegon, for me, she's got to the front of this and she's controlling it. I'm not sure it's that quick. I'm really interested to see what the 800 metre split was. We were 2:13 in the first heat.
That was Tanaka and Babachea were really pushing that on, and Melissa Courtney Bryant is very, very strong. She's not lightning quick. She's not got the 800-meter speed of some of the other athletes that we will see across these rounds. So if this is slow through the first 800, we might see a push from Melissa Courtney Bryant. 2:15. That's kind of moving into the realms of you don't know what's going to happen. Esther Guerrera, the Spanish athlete, she used to be an 800-meter specialist. She's poised there in 5th place, but that pack is just starting to move. And when you go slowly in a 1500 meters and it bunches like this is when the pushing happens and the shoving happens. 600 meters to go. Could Faith Kipyegon just be toying with the rest of the field?
I feel like the pack are almost too scared to go around her a little bit. I think we've ran 3:49 there. Respect is very, very great, and an athlete probably could have done with going past her a little bit sooner. Whereas Faith's going to be fine. It's just the athletes behind that potentially might pay a bit of a price for not pushing the pace on themselves.
Jake, do you think the removal of time qualifying would prevent someone from taking it on? If you see a 2:15 when there's time qualifying marks, you said got to push on.
Yeah, I think you're guaranteed that
várjál, úgy tegyük vissza, hogy nekem így feküdt. Ja. Hova megyünk? 77?
77.
Én emelek rajta, mert nálam tisztel, jó? Várjál. Hiába szorítom meg, szarad, csavárja. della lezione.